Of December 13th, 2025. Please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for joining us, and we did delay our start time by 10 minutes, and we apologize for that. We had a counselor had to take someone to urgent care, so we apologize for that delay. Please remember that our meetings are governed by the rules of decorum posted inside chamber doors. We ask all attendees to maintain a respectful environment. No disruptions, threats, or audible expressions of support or opposition are permitted. Signs and placards are prohibited, and all attendees must remain seated in designated areas. City Clerk, will you please do roll call?
I apologize. I was having some technical difficulties. Councilor Carmelia. I'm sorry, Mayor Carmelia.
Present.
My list just shut down. I'm going to go down the line and then record it properly. Councilor Ireland. Here. Councilor Hott.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
Councilor Johnson.
Here.
And Councilor Azadi.
Here.
Thank you. Today's meeting is being held to interview candidates for the vacant city council seat. Each candidate will be allotted 30 minutes with a 5-minute warning before time ends. City Council will ask up to 12 interview questions, time permitting. Each councilor will ask one question in the first round. As time permits, a second round of questions will be asked. To ensure fairness, City Council will rotate which councilor asks the first question for each candidate. Candidates are expected to respond only to the questions asked and avoid unrelated topics. City Clerk, could you please call the first candidate to the podium?
The first candidate is Kathy Stroud.
Is it okay if I put this up here somewhere? Yep.
Okay. Welcome.
Thanks.
Time has started? Okay. Welcome, Kathy.
Thanks.
How would you approach issues that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as the Rocky Mountain Airport, Greenway Trail, our unhoused, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impacts, economic development, and public safety? You may choose all or one in your response.
Oh, not all together?
Up to you, how you respond.
Okay, well, in the case of homelessness, let's just put that one out there. I think the best thing to do is find out what causes each person to be homeless. There are several different reasons. I mean, I don't think people just choose it, but that could be one. There could be mental illness. There could be a medical issue that took all their savings, forced them out. Until you find out why that person is in fact out there, you can't really address the problem. Once you find out why that happens, you can work with the counties, the cities, and come to some sort of solution. Do you want me to go on with a different one, or is that fine? I mean, I just think we should be collaborative and find out the root causes of problems, not just willy-nilly, try things.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Stroud.
Hello.
Can you tell us about a time you helped a divided council or group find common ground? What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies to this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
All right. Well, first, I didn't know there was trust lost between the members here. But yes, I do lead a group. I've led several groups, and I believe I put it on my application. The last divisive thing that we did was our bylaws. We had to change them. The legislature downtown changed some stuff. Our bylaws needed to come into compliance, and we had some other issues. And some people wanted to do this, some wanted to do that, and as the leader, I tried to find common ground, and that's what we did. And we went through many revisions. Whoa, I'm echoing. We went through, hey, how's this? And people brought comments back, and then we were able to put them back in to get into the document. So we were able to get the document totally perfect. Well, nothing's ever perfect, but good enough so that when we came together, although it was a 3-hour meeting, we went point by point, and we were able to answer questions at the time, but then we voted on section by section, and we got it passed. And so we are now in compliance well before the deadline, which was the end of this year.
I have a quick follow-up. So with that group of people, was there a specific strategy that worked best, and how did you lead that?
Oh gosh, I used a lot of different strategies, but I think the biggest strategy was buy-in. They all wanted to get it done. And I told them why we had to get it done. And as we worked through it, they saw the reasons. But yeah, I think when you get buy-in from a group that is important, then they want to see it resolved as well. And of course, they don't want to have 15,000 meetings related to X. They want to get X done. And if it's so important that you have to have it done by a certain time, they would rather do it sooner rather than later. So I think buy-in's the most important thing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you envision your decision-making process if you were on council?
Well, I like to have all the facts. I like to see things from all sides. I don't want to say this, but I've been told, I use a devil's advocate kind of thing. Like, if we were to go down this path, what are the next steps, 10 steps down? If we were to do path B, what are the next 10 steps? How about C? Where does that get us? I find that if you actually think through solutions to logical conclusions, you make better decisions. But you need the facts. You need to interview people who have expertise in the field that you're talking about. Unless you do that, you're just basically throwing darts with a blindfold.
Do you think the current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on city council is ideal? Why or why not?
Well, it depends on when the vacancy happens. Now, in this case, I don't think it's ideal, only because the election caused the vacancy, so therefore, the election should solve the vacancy. I realize your city charter, I have come to learn, that says that every vacancy must be done in this appointment process. However, since the residents and the voters of Westminster just spoke and told us who they wanted. For instance, I was 4th place, and Sarah, you were third place with 14,485 votes. I got 11,651, the next spot down. That's 80% of your votes. So I'm thinking your charter perhaps needs to be amended for when election creates a vacancy, it should also solve the vacancy. And if you're like 70-75% of the last seated person's vote, it should be automatic. I also don't think that this kind of interview forum is ideal, because if you're asking the same questions to everyone and this is being live streamed, then everyone who's sitting home in their pajamas are listening to what the questions are, and going to ChatGPT and going, oh, what's the best answer to that? And by the time the last few come in, boy, they're going to have really good answers, aren't they? So honestly, I think your charter needs to be a little bit amended just for the situation where the election creates the vacancy. just for that situation. I mean, if this was 6 months from now and someone had to step down, they had to move for a job or something like that, I could see them doing this. But the voters just spoke, and you have to decide, do you really listen to the Westminster residents or not? Because if you don't, then that's why we're here. But if you really actually listen to the Westminster residents who just voted on this matter, that is all the qualification I need. I put my name in the hat. I ran a race. I attended a forum here. I had a website. People called me for questions. I made myself available. I knocked on doors. People got to know who I am. I'm looking at the names here. I know 2 others, only because one of them I met during the forum here, and one who also ran, but he came in 6th place, which he did not even make 70% of the 3rd seated person. So I think if we really are responsive to the citizens of Westminster and how they voted, we should honor that. And if we don't, we're doing a disservice. And I would say that whether I was standing here and I ran or not, it just seems logical to do that. And if we're not being logical, what are we being?
Good morning. My question is about affordability, and I want to know how you will ensure Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy.
Well, gosh, it's going to be hard to do with all the sales tax increases and all the increases that the state did. I know it was voter-led, but my thought is, affordable housing hits to me because I've got 3 children. And I see all these apartments going up downtown, and I know the rents are pretty high. Why aren't we making them condominium? Why aren't we letting those kids, those young adults, get a foot in the door of owning something, equity? No, let's just let them spend $2,000–3,000 a month and they own nothing. That is the real problem, is we're not having entry-level homes. And a condominium would be a great entry-level home. And if we don't do that, if we continually, we've got what, 30% or so of rental units in our city? Do we want to be a transient community? People who own property have more skin in the game. They care about their communities more. Because a person who rents, if they get a better deal in the next city over, they're out. They're out. They don't have anything that's holding them there. People who got a mortgage and put that money down and are mowing their lawn, or, well, I guess in a condo you're not going to be mowing your lawn, but you are going to be taking care of it, and you care if there's a gang or trash being left all around or drug use outside your window. You're going to care more about it. If you're a renter, you're just going to leave. So we really need to get young adults more skin in the game by having more affordable housing. And I would suggest all these apartments, or maybe some of them at least, maybe we could go condo on them.
Right. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
So could you tell me what core services are actually needed that are growing, that you have seen, that is actually documented?
I'll leave it as that. Just I'll repeat it one more time. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs for the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
Well, first of all, I don't know if the city's role really is in core. I don't know what you mean by core services. Is that medical? Is that fire and police? I think we just raised the sales tax for fire and police, so I think we've got that covered. Is it water? I think water is making a pretty good penny. So I don't think I mean, that's a core service. I mean, what else is the city doing that's core service? Is it mowing the lawn at City Park? I mean, that's a great thing to do, but I think in times of great need, we could cut that back. I know we have a planning department that if you want to renovate your basement, you go and you get approval. I'm not sure what our other core services are other than safety, fire, and water, quite honestly. And I don't see that our needs, I mean, we're getting a new water plant. We're spending a little much for it, but that's okay. You already decided. And in the future, I think if I were to make those kind of decisions, I would have asked the city of Thornton, hey, how did you get that water plant for under $100 million instead of spending almost 5 times that amount for something that puts out less? So just questions like that, maybe we would have had more money for these, whatever else these core services you are talking about.
I'll just do a quick follow-up in terms of how would you weigh those services that you identified against the growing human services gap that we have at the state and county level?
Well, I don't think we can do anything at the state and county level. We're a city. We should worry about Westminster. We could work with the county of Jefferson and the county of Adams. We do, we're kind of, bisected by both of them. And we are in the state of Colorado, but those bigger decisions need to be made by Colorado and the counties. We could have input, though. I imagine they seek our input if it overlaps into our area. But, maybe if we didn't build so many apartments and stuff like, and all these high-density things, we wouldn't have so much, water usage. I mean, we were told a while ago, gosh, you're in a drought, you should conserve. And then when we all did, there was no money flowing into the city. So what'd they do? Oh, they raised the rates. And now we're building all these apartments that apparently, I don't know, are these people just going to use bottled water? Because apparently there's going to be some water somewhere for them. Perhaps that's what this new plant's all about, is just for all the new people. Maybe we'll need another one somewhere else because we're adding so many people, but are we still in a drought? I don't know. Maybe that's the official word, but I don't know. So I think we have to have, a logical, smart approach to city planning and to city growth. You can't, on one hand, say we have no water for the residents here, and then on the other hand, pour in a bunch of residents and then call, the sky is falling, we need water. Well, duh, of course you did. You knew that before. You knew we didn't have any, yet we proceeded with this overcrowding plan. So I think, like I said before, it's in the decision-making at the very beginning. Know the facts, get all the information, kind of walk it through each solution a few steps and see if that is the proper way to go. It's all about logic.
Will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interests of the city? And how will you ensure you are doing so?
Well, like I said, I will apply logic. I will look at all the facts. I will gather the information. Nobody spoon feeds me anything. So when you tell me X, I'm going to really check, is X true? I don't trust anybody. I have my own experts that I know. I will look at these experts, I'll look at those ones, I'll see if they're in, in compliance with each other and if they're saying the same things. But if you use logic and you gather all the facts and you prioritize what's most important, then you can find out, okay, we're Westminster, what are we doing for Westminster? And I'm a resident of Westminster, how do I want my city to be? I want it to be prosperous. I want it to be low taxes. I want it to be little elbow room. People can go out on their trails and do stuff. I want it to be a nice community for everybody, that people go, yeah, I live in Westminster. It's a great place.
Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability, and how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
Well, affordability is a huge umbrella. So like I said, with the affordability of housing, that's huge, because our young people are feeling hemmed in. They have to live at their parents more, or they're getting together with 3 and 4 friends to rent one place. And sadly, these places downtown that we're making, some of them have 1.2 parking spaces per unit. Some of them have 0.5. Oh yeah, I realize there's a bus. Have you taken it? My daughter tried to up at CU Boulder when she went. She was late for most of her classes that first semester. Sometimes the bus would pull up and go, sorry, full, and drive on. So we don't have great transportation. Sorry, RTD, but we don't. And to assume that that's going to get better, especially in the winter when there's ice and snow and whatnot, I don't know how 3 and 4 people with their cars that need to get to jobs or where they're going are going to make it in an apartment downtown when there's not many spaces for them to do that, number one. Number two, like I said, if we could convert some of those to condos where they actually get a foot in the door of owning equity. That's the main thing. These kids need equity. They don't need to be shelling out $3,000 a month or $2,500 a month and it goes poof into someone else's pocket, some landlord somewhere. They need to start building their own equity. Maybe they should be staying, if they have great parents, they could stay at their parents' house a little longer. I used to be a financial coach, personal financial coach, just FYI. And I would tell young people in their high school years, and I used to be a substitute teacher as well in the high schools, and I'd say, look, you stay home as long as you can and save as much as you can, because when you get out, you're gonna want that money as a down payment. Yeah, it's fun to go have pizza every night with your friends and whatnot, but let's think about our futures. And so I've helped a few people along the way to get their personal finances, and I think I could do it on a wider scope with a city. And was that all of your question? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
Well, my values are pretty much, fairness. I like people. People are very important. That's a hard one. What are my values? I mean, I'm just a regular person. Morally, I have high moral values. I'm married. I've got 3 kids. Not that everyone needs to follow that path. I get it. But I don't steal, I don't cheat, I don't lie, I don't do anything like that. So I hold people to those high standards as well. And what was the other part? How will that help me on council? Well, I hope it'll.
How would they affect how you make decisions on council and what issues you prioritize?
Well, I think as a group on council is probably how you prioritize issues. How it will help me is when I'm looking at facts and I'm looking at all the data and the information. Is it true? Are they giving us the right information? Are they leading us down a path that will jeopardize some segments of society? All that stuff. It's always a value judgment from everybody. But when you're in a group like this, you do come to a consensus, I should hope. That hopefully everyone has the same moral latitude, that they don't lie, cheat, or steal, hopefully. And hopefully we can all work on that we can raise not only ourselves, but the whole city up. We want well-productive people owning their own property in this city. And yes, we need some transient housing for people moving in and out and who are just testing out Westminster, but hopefully we hope that they're gonna buy because they love it so much. That's what we need. So hopefully that answered your question.
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
Well, I don't know the budget because I've not really looked at it, but I would, a lot of people, well, we'll just shave 10% off everything. That might be a thing, but you might want to shave it off the areas that won't matter as much. You don't want to shave core services like water or fire and safety. Those have to be upheld. Or street maintenance. That's good. You don't want everyone, having to go get alignments or wrecking their car because there's holes in the street. I mean, our arteries need to stay open, not only for emergency vehicles, but for just regular transportation so you can get places. But yeah, I don't think there's a one-fits-all approach. I think we would have to look at the budget and go, okay, what could we do? Where can we shave a little bit where it won't be so noticeable right now? What could we get by with? I mean, that's what people do at their kitchen table. When someone loses their job, they look at their bills and they go, well, we're not going out to eat tonight. We're going to make something with the stuff we have in the pantry. We're not going to the movies because we don't have the cash right now. You tighten your belt in the little places that don't hurt so much. And then you get through the downturn, and then usually every downturn has an upswing. And then when that upswing happens, there you go. You're back in business doing what you used to do.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of people in Westminster, including but not limited to undocumented individuals and unhoused individuals?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, the rights of the citizens, number one, always should come first because you are an actual citizen of this country. My daughter lives in another country, and the amount of hoops she had to go through to live in that country, they would never have let her stay without her visa, without money in the bank, and without employment. She was a student at first, so she had to be a student. And then when she got employment, I mean, she just recently got, residential status. So but it was a long, drawn-out hoop kind of thing. Had she not done this, she would have been on the next plane out. So it's tragic that these people have fled from all over the world to come here, but you know what? Our citizens are our number one priority, and we should focus on that. Also, the unhoused people, like I said earlier, we need to find out why they're unhoused. Was it a choice? And I'm sure there's like a 0.01% of people who go, I'm not dealing with the man, I'm not paying taxes, I'm doing this. I'll get that tax-free money on the corner and I'm done. There's also some people who are mentally ill. Really? We should let them live on the street in the weather because they're mentally ill? We need to fix that. How about the drug addicts? Can we fix that? Can we get them into rehab? Can we find out why these people are unhoused and actually solve the problem instead of just, I don't know, talking about it? That might be the best thing. Let's actually solve the problem by figuring out, and every person, I'm sure, is going to have a different reason as to why they're homeless, and until we figure that out, we can't help them.
Okay, I think we have 3 minutes left, so last question. What is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
Well, I know we get it from sales tax. I know we get it from water revenues. I think we get a little slice of property taxes, but I'm not exactly sure. I know that the big slice goes to the schools. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure fines and speeding tickets and things like that add to the revenue. I'm not sure what the percentage is, especially since I still hear, well, in the summer I still heard racing on 36 and all the streets, so I'm not sure anyone was being stopped and fined. So maybe that's not a priority anymore. But yeah, I think water's our big one. Sales tax is huge, otherwise we wouldn't have pushed so bad and hard for that sales tax increase. I'm not really sure about the other ones. I really haven't studied it and looked, but, you know, when I'm on council, you will be able to let me know where all the stream of revenue comes. I think like the planning department, I remember we paid a lot of money when we finished our basement to get a permit. So that was nice, and I know that's income to the city. So there's, and you know, there's rec passes. You know, we have this recreation. Well, we have plenty of the recreation centers, and people buy the annual pass, or they go day by day. There's a source of revenue. I don't know how big each of these little pieces are, but I know that the city has little fingers everywhere where they're getting money. I'm not sure about you could probably tell me about the new properties downtown, if we're actually landlords with the developer, that we're actually, you know, owning these buildings, or we're actually getting rent or something. I don't know how that's working, or if the developer, this out-of-state developer, is pocketing all this rent, which is kind of tragic. We didn't get an in-state developer, quite honestly, or one from Westminster to keep the money local. But I'm not sure how this all works. And I'm sure Westminster has, you know, I'm sure there's sales, business license fees. There's all sorts of things that you have to get when, you know, you live here in Westminster. Maybe the dog, I don't know if the dog license fees go to Westminster or the counties that they get it in. I'm not sure about that. I know at Stanley Lake, when you go visit Stanley Lake and you get a permit, I know that goes to the city. But other than that, I think water is really a big one. And our sales tax are the two probably major ones. The other ones might be voluntary for people because you could choose to go to the rec center or not and pay that tax to go in there. Same with speeding down the road. You could speed and pay that tax if they catch you. Or you could just go the speed limit and you won't have that tax. So it just depends on, but I think the mandatory ones would be the water and the sales tax. And I see my time is ticking down. It's been kind of fun watching when you guys, I'm watching for the red light to go on. Who's next? So, but I think that's it. I mean, I hope I've answered your questions, and I just want you to remember, I was voted number 4. Let's do the logical thing.
Thank you. City Clerk, next candidate.
The next candidate is Tracy Yang.
Good morning. I'm a little bit shorter, so I'm going to move this.
Good morning, Tracy.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to, I apologize. You're right, you start.
Wait, we're doing one.
Hi, Tracy. Can you tell us about a time you helped a divided group find common ground? What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies on this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
So as a trainer at work, I have trained a lot of people, and I'm a why person. I like to explain the why of why I'm doing things. So recently, with the Hmong New Year celebration, we had 2 groups that did not come to an agreement. We had the elders who wanted to make sure that during the opening ceremony, we included a traditional blessing practice, and then the committee, who consists of younger individuals who wanted to stick with the agenda, the time, and make sure that we were on time with our agenda. When they clashed, I was specifically requested to mitigate the issue. And so understanding and hearing both sides of their whys of why they want to implement what they wanted to implement, I was able to collaborate or offer a collaboration for them, where the elders are still able to have their blessing in the opening ceremony, but then under a very specific time so that we still respect the New Year Committee for all the many months of planning that they put together. And so with that, I think if I was elected on council, I would like to understand the why behind our decision-making. And once we understand the why, we may not always agree, but then we have more respect for where the decision is coming from.
Thank you.
How do you envision your decision-making process to look like if you're on council?
So for me, I'm not a politician. I'm not into politics. I'm just a community service individual who's been serving multiple communities, smaller communities for decades. And I want to expand my community service to the bigger community, specifically Westminster, because it's been my home for over 18 years. And so with that, I think my decision-making would be what's best for the community. My job as City Council is to be a voice for the citizens and residents of City Westminster, and my decision-making would be just what's best for the city.
Do you think the current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on City Council is ideal? Why or why not?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. To me, I have the utmost respect for every single one of you. You guys have been doing this job for many years. You're still doing the job, and you have many more years ahead of you. So I have the most respect and trust that you guys know what you're doing. I'm sure that this process wasn't something you guys just draw out of a hat. There's been many, many conversations to come to the decision that you guys have come to. So I think that the decisions you guys are making is what you feel is best for the city, and I respect that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How will you ensure that Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy?
You know, as a small business owner, I'm a strong believer in investing in yourself. And so with that, I think that in order for Westminster to continue to be a thriving city, an ideal place to live, I think we need to invest in ourselves.
How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
So I did a lot of what I told my kids homework in preparation for this. I looked at the city's strategic plans, I looked at the mission, visions, and the budget. And one of the things I have notes here so that I don't misquote this is part of the strategic plan, the mission statement stated in there is that we provide high quality core services and foster resilience to promote a safe and thriving community. And so of those core values, the public safety, the water, the sewer, I think that we need to make sure we align our decisions with our mission of making sure that we take care of the core values within our city first before we address other issues. And as the old saying, you gotta love yourself before you love others. So I think we gotta love Westminster before we branch out.
Will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interests of the city? And I believe you've already addressed this. But how will you ensure you are doing so?
As I mentioned, I'm just a normal community member who's been a public servant for over 2 decades, and I just want to expand that public service to the city of Westminster. So yes, I will commit to voting what's best for the city, because that's what City Council is we are that representative for the residents of our city.
Okay, we are flying through this one.
Sorry. I mean, I could elaborate a little bit more.
So, Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability? And how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
Wow, that's a hard question. I mentioned very briefly that Westminster has been my home for over 18 years. And over that 18 years, I've seen the changes in terms of housing prices, right? My house specifically, when I bought it, was what I consider affordable. And since it's double in price in the last 18 years, there hasn't been much changes to the home, but the value has increased significantly. And that makes it very challenging for the younger generation to become homeowners. So I think that in order for us to address that issue, it's just, again, work with the work with the community, listen to their needs, and find some way to collaborate with them so that we could grow the city, but grow it in a smart way. So we're not just building, we're not just growing to grow, but we're growing smartly, if that makes sense.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
I'm a proud mother of 6, and I know that's a little bit crazy for some individuals, but I have 6 children, ages 4 to 17. I think just from that alone, I would like to say family value is very strong for me. I've also been described as honest, a workhorse or hardworking. But let's just focus a little bit on the honesty and the family values. In preparation for this interview, I did a lot of research about the city, and I'm going to look at my notes so I don't miss the numbers here. City of Westminster has 116,000 residents here, and of those, 38,000 are households. Of the 38,000 households in the city, we have 26,000 that are families. And so simple math, I would say that's approximately 3/4, about 70 to 75% of our population in the city are families. And so I think that a lot of my decisions will be based on how the decisions I make will impact these families, because at the end of the day, regardless of what we decide, we're not going to please everybody. There's going to be people that are going to be happy and people that are not going to be happy, but it's what's best for the majority. And so taking that into consideration that approximately 75% of the population are families, and my value of family values, I think that's how I would base a lot of my decisions.
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues, insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
I had a recent discussion with my daughter about this. My 13-year-old daughter wants to go shopping at Sephora, and I laughed at her and I said, we can't afford shopping trips to Sephora all the time. And really just laid down why she wanted to go, right? And so the bottom line is it came down to wants and needs. And I'm going to take a step back here. I want to share an experience I had that remains with me to this day and has earned my respect. Many years ago during the recession, I had just started a new job, and I was hired on, and approximately 4 or 5 months after I was hired on, we had a hiring freeze and a raise freeze. So with a bachelor's degree and 5 years of supervisory experience, I was at this entry-level position, making $15 an hour for 3 years with no raise at all. I could have decided to look at this and be upset at the situation, but instead, being a positive person, I looked at it and was very thankful and had the utmost respect for the decision makers that they decided, instead of laying people off, instead of cutting personnel and whatnot, they just did a hiring freeze and a raise freeze so that they could still maintain and retain, excuse me, maintain and retain the current employees, and because of the recession. And so from that, I think that has earned my loyalty, earned my trust, and also taught me a lesson that a lot of times it's not about how to really cut things out, but what can we do? What flexibilities do we have? And so I looked at the budget, and I believe the 2025 adopted budget, the city's budget is $371 million. And of that, 45% is for personnel. which means the other 55%, I'm a math person, sorry, I do numbers for a living. The other 55% is for expenditures such as services or other things, right? And so for me personally, I would vote highly against touching the 45% against personnel. I think going back to the earlier question of family value, I think that if we touch that 45% of personnel, we are now affecting families. And so I would look more at the 55%, and of that 55% of the budget, really analyze and see what the wants and needs are, and make sure that we maintain the needs, because those are part of our core values or our core services, and then address the wants within that section of the budget.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of the people in Westminster, including but not limited to undocumented individuals and unhoused individuals?
These are some very tough questions, I gotta tell you guys that. I think that it's very important for us to protect our residents and the citizens of our country, as well as our city. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not a politician, I'm not into politics, I'm just a community member wanting to serve my community. And so I think that our role as city officials, public officials for the city, is to represent the residents of the city, to take care of our city, our open spaces, our parks, our core services, water, public safety, all of that. And so I think that that's where I would shift my focus. I think that as city council, I'm talking as if I'm already in your shoes, sorry. I think that we have a lot on our plates already, and let's not try to add more to the plates that's unnecessary or that we may or may not have control over. Let's focus on what matters to our city and city residents.
All right, what is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
So based on the research I found on the budget, it appears that 2/3 of the city's revenue comes from sales taxes, 1/3 from property taxes, and then there was also mentions of grants as part of the funds. I could elaborate more, but I hope that answers the question. That's my understanding of city revenue, is we're getting 2/3 of our revenue from sales taxes.
How would you approach issues that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as the Rocky Mountain Airport, Greenway Trail, our unhoused, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impacts, economic development, and public safety? You may choose all, some, or one in your response.
If I may, I'm going to focus on public safety. I work in law enforcement as a support staff and has been doing that for 17 years now. Absolutely love what I do, and the fact that I have an indirect impact on the safety of my community. So I'm going to share a recent incident that's very close to home, close to my heart, close to my family, that hopefully answers that question. Is just recently, this week, my cousin's 15-year-old daughter went missing in a certain jurisdiction. It took them a couple of days to find tips to help with the investigation of locating his 15-year-old daughter. When they received additional tips, it led to a potential whereabouts in a different jurisdiction. And so, because of the differences in policies and procedures in law enforcement and the jurisdiction differences, the originating agency had to collaborate with the potential whereabouts jurisdiction. Nonetheless, the two did collaborate together and was able to locate my cousin's 15-year-old daughter and bring her home safely. I shared that this just happened yesterday when they found her. And that just shows the collaboration of the agencies setting aside their differences and reshifting their focus on why they are in the roles that they are in, is for the safety of the community, aligning with public safety. And so with that, I think that as city council, regardless of our differences in vision, our goals for our city, we need to sometimes reshift our focus as to why we are in the seats that we are. And that includes working with other neighboring cities, counties, and make sure that we still serve our mission and value and our goals as city council for the residents of the city.
Thank you so much. And I just we're not giving feedback on responses, but I'm just going to acknowledge that thank you for sharing your story. I got goosebumps and I get teary when I think of missing young women in our community. I'm so glad that she was brought home safely.
Thank you.
The next applicant is Kat Mullane.
Hello. Nice to see you all.
There is, if you would like to lower the podium a bit, there's a button at the bottom right that.
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
This is good. I'm a little shorter though.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you envision your decision-making process to look like if you're on council?
I believe that I would weigh all of the facts, look at the data, and also approach everything with an open heart and an open mind. I'm a very collaborative person, so I believe that I would actually take a step back and look at all of the different perspectives and see how it's affecting not just our community, but our business owners as well. I think it's really important to weigh all of the opinions of everybody who has skin in the game. So I just believe that my core values would weigh heavily on that, but at the same time, I'm always open to other perspectives.
Do you think this current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on city council is ideal? Why or why not?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's ideal, to be honest with you. I think that it's great to give people like me a chance to fill this seat because I didn't run a campaign and I acknowledge that, but I think that I still deserve a seat at the table, and I think there are ways that we could always improve any process. One of the ways that I think this appointee process could potentially be improved is allowing people like me to interface with the community in this forum instead of just with you all. I think that would be really interesting. And just how I operate, I think it would be really interesting to maybe consider like ranked choice voting in the future, where we're ranking all of the people who are running. So it's not just top 3, maybe we just do all of them down the line. But as far as the appointee process goes, I feel that all of you are very experienced in what you're doing and you understand what this job entails, and I trust you to choose the correct person for the seat.
I want to follow up. Why do you believe you deserve a seat at the table?
Because I'm a resident of this city, I care deeply, and I believe that I have valuable opinions that I can share and bring my lived experiences. I am a first-generation Greek American, and I've seen what it looks like firsthand to be a daughter of immigrants and what that looks like. And I think that we have a lot of immigrants in this city, and it's important for all of us to understand what that actually looks like from an internal perspective.
Good morning. How will you ensure Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy?
It's a good question. So I bought a house here about 5 years ago, and I can tell you that I have noticed that it is getting more expensive. Certainly that's a product of many things, but I believe that we can prioritize things like affordable housing for people who work in Westminster so they don't have to live outside of Westminster and travel here. I believe that we should prioritize housing projects that are close to transportation. I think that that's something that we should really focus on. And listen to the community, right? There's people that are on the ground that have more expertise than maybe we do, more insight than we do, and we need to collaborate with all of them.
All right, how would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
Well, the other two that just came up here spoke about this really well, I believe, but it is a separation of wants versus needs, right? So I personally would prioritize things like safety, water. We need to have safe roads, clean water, emergency services. Those are the things that I believe we need to make sure have the funding that they need so that we can all be comfortable in Westminster and feel like this is a place where we can raise families and stay. And then I would also look at all the other discretionary spending, right? Like we may need to put some sort of freeze on new hires, or maybe we need to not put so much funding towards something like events at the time. So we just need to look at what is actually a priority for us and our citizens.
Will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interest of the city, and how will you ensure you do so?
Absolutely. That is something that I believe every person who sits on any leadership or sits in any leadership position ever should commit to. It should always be a reflection of the community. Certainly we all have our own values, but I think that we need to actually listen to the community and be, good stewards of our community and stand up for what everybody actually needs and wants. So my decisions will be based on, of course, voices such as Alan Farb, who's here a lot. All of you are very familiar with him. I think people like him are boots on the ground, and we need to listen to people who are actually doing the work, but we also need to look at the data and what is good for our city. So my commitment, if I were to get this seat, is that I would absolutely vote in the best interest of our citizens.
Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability, and how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
So I have already kind of mentioned this, but I would prioritize housing, and I think that all of us that's the forefront of everybody's mind. The only reason I could buy a house here is because I bought it during the pandemic. That's really just because I could only afford the interest rate at that point, right? That shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't take a pandemic for somebody like me to buy a home. So that's something that's really close to my heart, and I believe that I would work collaboratively with council to actually figure out, which housing projects benefit everybody and would give people a foot in the door into home ownership. And then I would also approach everything with, an open mind and dignity. I think affordability is something that's a really complex issue because it's not just Westminster. It's based on the state and also, the economy as a whole. So I hope that answers your question.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
I have a lot of values, but the ones that come to mind for me are equity, stewardship, and transparency. I think this is really transparent because I know that people are watching always. I really appreciate that about the process. To answer Council Ireland's previous question, I appreciate the transparency of this process and really all of the processes that City Council uses. But I think more transparency is something that I would, keep pushing for. And then equity, of course, and I think all of those are in line with what the community actually needs and what the community identifies with.
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
Core services are always going to be something we need to prioritize because we all use them every single day. Could you repeat the question, actually?
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
So budget cut wise, I think we would need to look at things like I mentioned previously, like events that we may not need right away. Things like hiring freezes would probably need to happen. And then I think there's other ways we could maybe approach that. I do think that Westminster is pretty diverse in how we have our budget propped up. So obviously like utilities, sales tax, property tax are all important, as well as grants. But I think there are other ways we could look at this, right? There are some municipalities and co-ops that have voluntary roundups of your utility bills, and I think that could be something that we look at potentially offering as an option for people to round up on their utility bills to pour into a fund to help it be more affordable for some people. So I think there's a lot of ways we could approach that.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of the people of Westminster, including but not limited to undocumented individuals and unhoused individuals?
The city of Westminster and the council here is this job is a hard job, right? And the job is to protect everybody who lives here, housed or unhoused, truthfully. There's plenty of people who need representation, and I believe that it is council's position to be the voices for those who are unheard. Certainly there's people that come here and speak a lot, but there's some who don't, and I believe it is our job to go out into the community and see what the actual needs are and bring them back and make collaborative decisions that have actual actionable things that happen that we can measure against.
What is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
So I know a lot of our revenue comes from sales and use tax, property tax, some from grants, utilities. I think it's pretty diverse, and I believe that it could be potentially even more diversified as we move forward.
How would you approach issues that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as Rocky Mountain Airport, the Greenway Trail, our unhoused, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impacts, economic development, and public safety? You may choose all, some, or one in your response.
I take all of these very seriously, and I believe that the only way for us to actually grow is to collaborate with our surrounding cities. So I believe it would be very interesting, and maybe you already do this because I'm not in your seat, so I don't see necessarily every single meeting that council has, but I believe having standing meetings with surrounding cities would be really important, where we could actually see what's working in other cities and learn from them and learn from each other and figure out how we can be stewards of our communities and actually do things that matter for our citizens and help the surrounding areas as well. Because when we're all thriving, then we're all happy and we all want to stay here.
Tell us about a time you helped a divided group find common ground. What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies on this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
So right now, I work in a startup. I worked in large companies, startups, been in many leadership positions. I'm a people manager. I'm also a project manager. When I came to this current company that I'm at, it's based out of Boulder. Our sales team and my team, which is the sourcing team, did not communicate well. They had a lot of, I would say, bad blood between each other, and that was something that I walked into first day and realized very quickly, and it was a very interesting experience for me. So immediately what I did is I got to work, and I set up this Q&A session for the sales team to ask my team all of their burning questions. How that worked is I created a Google form where I sent it to the sales team and I had them fill out all of their questions. Then I gathered all the data and I, broke down by theme what all the questions were, handed them to my team, assigned certain people to answer certain questions that were subject matter experts. And then we got on a call, and it was the first time these two teams were on the same call in probably like 5 years, which is, if you're in an organization, if you think about it, pretty crazy, because those two teams work together all the time. So we get on the call, they're asking their questions, we're answering them, and they had no idea how any of our processes worked. So it was very revealing, and it kind of helped them understand why so many things maybe took more time than they expected. And they had a deeper level of respect for my team. And then what I did is I switched the script and I did a Q&A for sales. So I did the same Google Doc, had my team fill out questions for them. We got on another call and we asked all of them questions, and I have to tell you, I had no idea how hard their job was, but I'm glad that I did it, because to this day, we now have all, a deeper respect for each other, but more than that, we improved our processes based on those conversations, and the company is now more profitable than it has been in years because we're actually collaborating and working together.
And quick follow-up, how would you apply that to this council?
I don't really know necessarily what each of you are doing day to day, but I believe that I would ask questions on, what works best for you in this position, and I would learn from you all. And I believe that I have experience that you could also take from me. And I think that we all have different positions in our respective community, right? So we can learn what actually is working for each of us and apply it to where we're making more educated decisions and not siloed communication.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. City Clerk?
The next applicant is Jessica Pollard. I don't believe I see her in the audience yet, though, and we are running a little ahead of time, so
We have a couple options, which is we could take a break, or we have our next applicant sitting in the audience here. Do we want to consider that?
I think that's up to council.
Okay.
If he's ready, I would make sure that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we can pull him. We have to pull council. Okay, so let's take a poll of council. Would we prefer to go on a break, or would we prefer to have our next applicant come up for their interview? And let's just do it by a quick voice vote.
Councilor Zadi?
I think have Parker now.
Councilor Johnson?
Yeah, if Parker's ready, I'm ready.
Okay, Councilor Nurmela? Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize.
I'm okay either way. I could see the benefit of just keeping our order.
Councilor Hott?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to give people a time that they should be here. Jessica's not slotted to be here till 10:20, and I don't think that it's fair to make Parker go beforehand just because he came here early. I don't think it's fair. I think we need to stick to our schedule.
Councilor Ireland?
Yeah, I think we should keep to the schedule too. Just take a break till she gets here.
I'm okay with taking the break.
Sounds good. Okay, so shall we reconvene then at 10:20?
Yes, and I did ask all the applicants to arrive a little early, so she may be here prior to 10:20. I'll keep an eye out.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I have to say, guys, I really love all of
You're not the lazy boy.
Yeah, I'll have Excel. You guys have lazy.
Thank you all so much. We are back from our scheduled break. And City Clerk, would you please call up the next scheduled candidate?
The next candidate is Jessica Pollard.
Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning.
This is your first question. Do you think the current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on city council is ideal? Why or why not?
Thank you, Councilwoman Ireland. That's a great question. I actually was interested in this when I saw the Westminster City Council position posted. I was like, I was more curious in understanding the process and how that is chosen. So I researched other surrounding cities. So I looked at City of Westminster, obviously City of Westminster, City of Broomfield, Aurora, and Denver. And it seems that they all have a consistent policy of having current council members select their council members. I also looked at other cities in the United States to see how they also do it, and it seems like a pretty standard process. I think this process works. I haven't seen in other cities or counties a new innovative process, but it doesn't mean that our process could be potentially changed. But the council members, current council members, I think have the ability and the knowledge to select a candidate to understand the needs and meet the needs of the city of Westminster. Or that would be the ultimate goal.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. How will you ensure that Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy?
Thank you for that question. It's a good one. Okay, so you said live, work, and enjoy. Living, I've been a resident since 2013 of the City of Westminster. We bought our first house here in the City of Westminster because we liked the services that were offered. I think that it would be better to have more high-density housing, making housing more affordable for upcoming residents, but also keeping in mind the residents that we currently hold. So keeping in mind property taxes, is there another innovative way to raise funding instead of taxing current residents that already live here, and then also bringing in new residents? I currently work also in the City of Westminster. Apparently I don't go outside my bubble very often. I think bringing in other businesses, bringing in other, keeping in our small businesses, looking at our larger businesses. Is there ways that we could be recruiting more technology into the City of Westminster and other innovative businesses? And then I think we offer a lot of great services through our City Rec Center. I play pickleball with an awesome group at the City of Westminster every Sunday. They're a great, fun group. They all mention, because they're retirees, or most of them are, they mention that they love doing the travel group through the City of Westminster. They love the trails. My husband and I utilize Big Dry Creek Trail because our house backs up to that. Also just keeping in mind, like offering services like the dog park, we bring our dog there often. So I think just having that variety and keeping that funding and having community events is also important for the play part.
All right. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
How
That's
would
a lot.
you? No, I know. I realize. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it comes down to looking at the numbers, looking at budget, looking at funding, looking at what would affect the city in health and safety needs. I think that's important to keep in mind. Looking at our EMS services, our police force, and our fire. That would affect citizens in a life or death manner. That's important. I think that would take precedence over other, I guess, fun sort of events that could be eliminated, or not eliminated, but cut. And then also we need to look at where this funding is necessarily coming from. So is this particular source of income or funding, does this come from the Adams County district, or does this come from the city funding, or would this come from state funding? So I think those are three different things that we would need to examine. And then, I'm sorry, what was the other second half of that question?
How would you weigh the core service needs against the growing human services gap in the counties and state?
Okay, and then human services, I think that's important. Obviously, is there a way that we could offer services through our police force and how they respond, or how our EMS responds to having a counseling need, or when people call for police, and are they having a social emotional need, versus is there another way that we could also look at, sorry, just keep going, so sorry, that's the hard one.
Will you commit each and every time to voting for the best interests of the city, and how will you ensure you are doing so?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that was a good one. For me, looking at this from my career and my personal experience, it's important to look at all facets of what you're voting on. So being well-informed, collaborating with the current council, understanding where they're coming from in this particular issue. I also think it's important to, if I'm not as informed in this particular issue or matter that's being brought up, utilizing my resources. So utilizing, like I said, the council, utilizing the city attorney, utilizing the city manager, and really just being well-informed and looking at this from who elected us in. The city of Westminster elected you in, what is going to benefit that? Not looking at this from a personal standpoint, how is this, because we're not here for our own personal benefit, we're here to benefit the residents of Westminster.
Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability? And how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
Thank you, Councilor Azadi. So visible results, that would be, I would think, in keeping affordability would be, first of all, housing. Looking at who are we bringing in as a developer, how are we permitting, how are we zoning the city of Westminster? And then with the builders that are coming in, and not saying and looking at high density housing, but also making these newer homes or building these homes, not starting at a price point that's out of reach for teachers and EMS and just a normal, not a person that is a CEO making an astronomical amount. So it's like we got to keep in mind that. So I say zoning and that sort of thing, that would be a visible result of how we're gonna keep affordability. Also, I think with keeping in the mind of affordability, looking at our current residents and not raising property taxes, because people are on limited incomes, retirees are limited incomes. That's another visible, I don't know, visible like physical, actual, like seeing a result, but that's a result that we could show like data and facts and numbers that we're not raising property taxes on your current residents.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
Thank you, Councilor Hott. We all have values, we all have different experiences, and we all form our values based on the different experiences that we've had, either positive experiences in our life or negative experiences. I would say I know my values as a person, I know what I stand for, and then also we just need to keep in mind of understanding where other people come from, so it's both ways. Keeping in mind with city council and my decisions, I think again, it goes back to the sense of we're here to represent the residents of Westminster and what they voted us in for and what our mission statements are. So again, this is kind of a self-centered question of understanding your own values and what you stand for and knowing where you are as a person, but also keeping in mind, okay, do your values align with how you were elected in?
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
Thank you, Councilor Ireland. In regards to economic downturn, I think we need to look at the budget. Are we going to be in the black or in the red? We need to look at the full city budget in the sense of understanding, okay, well, what is actual needs, what is wants, and out of those needs, what is high risk, high reward, low risk, high reward, that sort of thing. We also need to keep in mind health and safety, emergency management, and those services that are actually needed versus maybe looking at a community event that might need to take a back seat compared to funding EMS services or funding firefighters or what their needs are. Because again, we're here for this health and safety of the residents. So looking at the whole entire budget, understanding, okay, so can we have this area because this is gonna be, is it an actual like need for the community versus just something like a funsy kind of activity, a community event that we're like, okay, we understand this is great, it builds the community, but in the sense of maybe this year funding's a little low, so we'll have to postpone it for, a different year or a different quarter.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of the people of Westminster, including but not limited to our undocumented individuals and unhoused neighbors?
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. Not coming from a background of a law degree, I'm going to try to do this my best answer. City of Westminster, it is our duty to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the Colorado Constitution. And that includes due process, that includes the search and seizure, the lawful right to search and seizure. That goes for unhoused and undocumented individuals. They have the right on U.S. soil to have their liberties upheld, and that's not having a federal agency like the city, I understand, is limited in what we can do, but there could be steps to understanding and maybe reinforcing that from our mayor or our councilor to our City of Westminster police. Hey, remember please that, federal agencies might be doing something unlawful, but it is your duty to uphold the Constitution and the Colorado Constitution, and that includes unlawfully searching and detaining people. And that goes for undocumented people and also unhoused.
All right, what is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's a good question. Our revenue sources are coming from sales tax and property taxes. And then also, I think the city can, and then with that, underneath that, there's different subcategories, I believe, of like bonds and like highway, like lesser funds, like highway tolls and that sort of thing can flow into that, but majority of funding from the city government is from property tax and sales taxes, is my understanding.
How would you approach issues that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as the Rocky Mountain Airport, our Greenway Trail, our unhoused, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impacts, economic development, and public safety? You may choose one or all or some in your response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important for council to collaborate and to work cohesively with other surrounding cities. That includes the mayor's role, meeting maybe potentially with other mayors, understanding where they're coming from, their goals and their objectives for that year. Also city council members to also collaborate with surrounding city council members, especially when it comes to transportation, because RTD is throughout the state of Colorado, and understanding routes and what are their struggles and what inhibits them from doing their job at a proficient level. Also with keeping with open-minded open spaces and environmental concerns. It doesn't matter what city you're living in, that should just be a overall discussed matter. It doesn't matter if you're living in Broomfield, you're like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if you're over here and environmental issues don't affect me over here. Well, technically yes, because we all breathe the same air, we all need the same things. And then you said Rocky Mountain Airport. I have heard in the past that noise issues and that sort of thing have been an issue. And then especially with more current building and development. So I think just looking at that from our point, getting data on noise and or not noise, but like overall noise pollution, and understanding what we could do to help alleviate that as a city of Westminster, and also Broomfield, since it is located in Broomfield. No, where are your other ones? I'm sorry.
Greenway Trail, and then unhoused, which you've somewhat answered already. Open space, transportation, housing, economic development.
I think just the collaboration piece, either meeting separately, either in a professional forum, or it could be an informal forum with other surrounding city council members and mayors is important, just to understand goals and objectives and try to align all of them together in some sort of cohesive, is the short answer.
Can you tell us about a time you helped a divided group find common ground? What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies on this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
Thank you, Councilor Azadi. I can think of a couple different instances. First instance I'm going to give you, or example, would have been working on a very tumultuous team, having the just not coming to a common ground. I felt like I was being pulled in the middle. I felt like it's important to have crucial conversations with people and understanding where they're coming from. I noticed that using more of I statements and we statements instead of you is less aggressive. Because if you're coming at someone saying you, but you're not looking at the I and the we, and then not remembering this instance that I'm thinking of, not remembering what we're here for. So at that time, I was a middle school teacher. We weren't keeping in mind the students that we were affecting by this behavior. So in this instance, not saying that this is an instance here, but keeping in mind of the residents that elected you in as Westminster City Council. Also having more of a collaborative discussion and understanding, hey, this is gonna be a difficult conversation we're gonna have. After we come up with a different solution to this, we're gonna just, let it be. Like, let it go. This is not a personal conversation. This is not a personal attack. Current one that I can think of, and I've learned over a lot of years in the workplace, would have been the fact that we can't control others' behavior. We cannot control others' thoughts and actions and beliefs. We can only control ourselves. So if we control our own behavior, our own thoughts, our own actions, and our own words, that can lead to, I believe, it currently, what I'm dealing with now at my current workplace, that can lead to more of a positive behavior. If we're watching our own actions and our own, then that can exude more positivity in the sense of we're not sitting here just watching our own body language, watching how we're interacting. So, and we're not trying to change someone, we're just trying to better collaborate with them.
How do you envision your decision-making process to look like if you're on council?
Thank you, Councilor Hott. I will look at this from a business standpoint, and looking at my current role and what I normally do when I have to make decisions is looking at the full scope of what is being proposed. If I am not 100% informed, then I would be utilizing my resources, other council members, city lawyer, city manager, and understanding the whole scope of what is being proposed, and then looking at evaluating the risk, looking at how it would be affecting the residents of Westminster, and then going back to, again, does this align with my beliefs, my vision, my values, and then also just looking at it from a business standpoint of, okay, well, is this going to be cost effective? Is it not going to be cost effective? What is the benefit to the residents of Westminster?
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You're right. Goodness. Give me a second to look at the schedule. Okay, we are scheduled to take another break from 10:50 to 11, and so I'm just going to pull, let's see. He is, yes. So I see Parker is here and ready and has been since 8 a.m. before all of council arrived. So I'm going to take a poll. Do we want to go on another break, or are we ready to continue? Let's just do it formal.
I'm fine with continuing because we're in the order that we proposed, so. Our script is on right now.
Councilor Hott?
I'm good with continuing with where we are at our time.
Councilor Normella? Or Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to make a break at some point to catch back up when people arrive, but I'm fine with going with Mr. Brown now.
Mayor Carmelia?
Yes.
Councilor Johnson?
Same as before. If Parker's ready, I'm ready.
And Councilor Azadi?
Yep.
Okay, would Parker Brown join us at the podium?
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for being here. I get the first question, which is, how will you ensure Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy?
Well, affordability starts to me with not just housing. That plays a major piece in it. But you've got to look at transportation. You've got to look at childcare. Childcare in our area is a huge problem. Affordable housing, I'll be the first one to tell you, and I probably shouldn't say it out loud. I don't like the term affordable housing. The reason I don't like the term affordable housing is there's nothing affordable about it. I think we need to work on getting more for the younger people to move to Westminster. What can we do to entice them to move here? And it's not buying that $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 home. It's going to be, how do we get them a starter home? Right now, our median age is increasing in the city, and we got to figure out how to get that lower, or we're going to start losing residents. So it doesn't just start with affordable housing, but it also starts with transportation. It starts with childcare. Childcare is a huge problem. People can't afford daycares these days, child centers. I was just talking to somebody out in the lobby where it's costing them $2,000 a month in child care for their 2 kids. That's the same amount as our mortgage. $2,000 is outrageous. So what can we do to fix that? You know, we can fix that by working together, working as a team, being collaborative, you know, bringing all of our voices to the table, even with some of these child care facilities, even with some of these residents who are paying $2,000 a month or $1,500 a month. I couldn't afford another child right now at $2,000 a month child care. You know, it's just outrageous. Keep our city going. I think we're doing a great job. I think we've got a lot of recreational activities. I think we've got a lot of great, wonderful parks, trails, open space. And if we can solve problem number 1, problem number 2 and 3 are simple. Just keep the parks, keep the trails, keep the activities going, and working with our communications department and our city staff to be more informative and let them know what the city actually offers every day, what events, what activities are out there. We all know there's parks and open spaces, but there's other events every single day in our city, and our city's awesome. I love our city. I really do, you know, and I want to continue making it great for future generations.
All right. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
Yeah, but we really need to focus on people, the well-being of people. For examples, we really need to focus on food, shelter, health, safety. Core services aren't just police, fire, and water. Core services are the Department of Human Services, our Adams County, Jefferson County sides of what can we do better to address mental health? What can we do better to address the unhoused population? What else can we do to, you know, just better everything for our citizens? It doesn't just start with, hey, we need more co-responders. I love co-responders. I think we need, you know, another one. But we also need to figure out how can we get those resources out from fire, from EMS, from the snowplow drivers to the streets department. They see people every day. They interact with people every day. So can we utilize those resources to close that gap between our core services and our human services? Well, I think we've got a lot of improvement to do, but I think we've come a long way.
Will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interests of the city, and how will you ensure you are doing so?
Yeah, so number one is you've really got to, and yes, I will definitely vote with integrity. I'll vote with honesty. I'm going to vote for for what I think, but we work for the people. we work for the citizens. So what we really need to educate ourselves by listening to the professionals in the room. The professionals in the room are our city staff and our residents who come to speak. I'm not a professional at everything in this room, but what I can do is I can listen to the people, I can listen to the city staff, and then make my decisions based on what's best not only for the residents, but what makes sense for our city. Not everything makes sense for the city, but makes sense to the residents and vice versa. You know, so you really got to look back on what is our strategic plan, what's our value, and how does it align with what the residents want.
Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability, and how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
Yeah, so it starts with fixing the housing and the child care crisis. You know, we've got a massive child care crisis. We've got a massive health care crisis. We've got a massive insecurity, and we really need to work on accessible transit, public infrastructure, and reduce barriers in the workforce. We've got, in order to attract people to live in our city and to make our city affordable, we've got to have businesses. We've got to have companies out there to employ these folks. If we start losing people, prices are going to go up. But the more people we can get in the city who are going to have great paying jobs, they're going to raise their families. We're going to fix the unhoused community, you know, get out there, you know, and just do our best every day to what can we do to make this city better. And it starts with, just like you said, it starts with affordability. And right now with the rising costs, there's certain things that we can do as a city, and there's certain things we don't have the ability to do as a city because it's higher up on the state and federal level. But what we can do is we can work with our state officials, we can work with our federal officials, we can work with the Congress men and women out there, you know, to go out there and advocate for what our residents want, what our city wants, you know, what we want.
Quick follow-up there. So you mentioned housing, childcare, accessible transit, but specifically what concrete steps at the municipal level could we do to advance affordability?
Well, there's
in some or more of those areas.
Yeah, so we already do a few things, especially with water credits, you know, water bill assistance, food assistance. But what we could do is we could do a better job of communicating that to people. There's a lot of people out there who don't know what this city offers and what this city can do. We can, yeah, I mean, pretty much it just goes back to going back to the human resources, going back to, trying to think of the word I'm looking for, human services piece. You know, what is there to offer these people to get assistance, make our lives more affordable? We can't fix necessarily groceries. But what we can fix is there's electric assistance. We don't want you to go without lights. We don't want you to go without food. There's a lot of food shelters out there. You do a great job every year with your food drives, you know, pet drives, you know, but it always comes with communication and investing in the people and letting the people know what we offer and let them know that we're here to listen to them and we're here to bring back to the table any of their concerns.
Thank you.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
Yeah, well, my values first stem from respect, integrity, honesty, and collaboration. You've got to work with your peers. When I make decisions, a lot of times I come in the room and I've educated and I've kind of listened to what both sides of the picture are. What's option A? What's option B? And what's the pros and cons of those two? Right? And then listen to what the residents say and listen to what the people want. And, and that's how you've got to make a decision. You've got to work on both sides of the aisle. And if you can't work together, then it's gonna crumble. And this council and the previous councils have done a pretty good job of working together, and we've got to work together to continue that, and that's how I'm gonna make my decisions. Is with listening, honesty, integrity, respect, and not coming into a room with my mind already made up. Just coming into the room, educating myself and listening to the experts and listening to what the people want.
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
Well, first off, and I've been sitting in this room all morning and I've been thinking about this question. Hopefully, we've already done things in the past to plan for the future. Hopefully we've been putting money aside every year in our budget to go into what we've called before a rainy day fund or a slush fund, a reserve fund, so we don't have to do anything immediate. But what we can do is go to the table and figure out what are the necessities: police, fire, EMS, water, streets. You got to have those core services. I'm not opposed to, I am opposed to stopping 100% of public events during a pandemic or during a downturn, but stopping maybe 90% of them, because a lot of those events help with your mental health, your mental well-being. When you can go out and you can kind of get together and see people, and mental health is a big deal to me. It's a big deal to my family, but you really just got to figure out what's the non-core services. We've already done a great job as a team of eliminating the waste, eliminating when I say the waste in labor spending of what do we, how many people we have in the city. I'm not quite sure that we can cut it any leaner. And that comes from not just from my personal opinion, but from talking to many people in every single department in this city. So we really got to look at other ways to save money and to make it through. But it all starts with pre-planning, planning today for tomorrow. And if you don't plan today for tomorrow, you're already a day behind.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of the people of Westminster, including but not limited to undocumented individuals and our unhoused neighbors?
We have the right and responsibility to protect every single person in this city. Not only residents, but every single person who comes to the city, whether it's shopping, whether it's vacation, whatever the means are. But specifically, undocumented immigrants is a very sensitive topic to me, because I don't think the city needs to do anything. The undocumented immigrants, and I'm going to go off on a tangent because that's what I do, and that's a sensitive topic for me. They work harder than 99% of the people in this freaking country. And to go mess with that is just wrong. The unhoused, they're not unhoused because they just want to be unhoused, 99% of them, and they just say, you know what, I want to live outside today. No, they're out there because of an unfortunate circumstance that has led them to an unfortunate temporary lifestyle, not by choice. And we have to protect them because they're just as important as every one of us who have a roof over our head or who have citizenship in this country. There's no difference between me and either one of them. And if we don't go with that mindset that they're not different, that they're different than us, we're in trouble. And I'm sorry I went off on a tangent, but undocumented immigrants is a hot topic for me because I have a lot of people who I can tell you right now work 10 times harder than I ever work a day of my life, going to work at 4 o'clock in the morning and getting off at 11 p.m. and turning right back around, sleeping for 3 hours and going right back to work. I can tell you right now, I'll never do it. And they do it with a smile on their face every single day.
All right, what is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
Perfect, I won't go off on a tangent this time. Well, first off, our major revenue source is sales tax. Yeah, we get a little bit of money from property tax, but not nearly as much money as what every resident in this city thinks that the city gets for property tax. Property taxes increase, and they say, well, why does the city need more money? I keep paying more property taxes. We don't get it. You know, it's a set amount that we get no matter what. Other forms of revenue are not only licensing fees, permits, you know, all that goes to the general fund. Police department tickets goes to general funds. But a lot of those license and permit fees, I don't really count that as extra revenue because a lot of that's just going towards covering the staff hours and covering the time that it takes, you know, for them to put all that together. But our main revenue stream is sales tax. And without good people and without investing in our infrastructure, investing in our housing, investing in childcare, we're not gonna have sales tax money. And if we don't have sales tax money, we're not gonna have a city. And I don't want us to be a ghost town. I want us to be a thriving city for many, many years to come. And I want to be a city that my children are proud to live in.
How would you approach issues that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as the Rocky Mountain Airport, Greenway Trail, our unhoused, which you've already addressed, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impacts, economic development, and public safety? You may choose some, one, or all in your response.
Yeah, so it all comes down to collaboration and working with your neighbors. You've got to have good relationships with, especially for the airport. Airport's run by the Jefferson County. It's run by Jefferson County. So you've got to have a good working relationship with the Jefferson County Board of County Commissioners. Doesn't mean you got to agree with everything they do or everything they say, but you have to be able to be respected in that room and be able to understand both sides of everything that's going on. If you can't work together, then it's going to be hard to get anything solved. You've got to be able to collaborate and listen. You got to be able to not only listen into the county, the city, the residents, but the airport manager, the pilots. You know, I listen to every council meeting, and I've heard a lot of topics on Jefferson County Airport, the Rocky Mountain Roundtable, the whole 9 yards. And the one thing that's lacking the most is hearing from the actual people who run the airport. And I'm not talking about the airport manager, I'm talking about the pilots. I'm talking about the employees. You know, getting their input, getting their thoughts. Rocky Mountain Greenway Trail, another hot, sensitive, bright topic, to say the least, is, you know, once again, working with the Jeffco, working with the people, working with the residents, and find out not only what makes sense for our residents and our people, but what makes sense for the city. You know, so when I make decisions and when I really collaborate and listen, I want to listen to every voice at the table, because your voice might change what I walked into the room thinking. And you have to be able to make decisions and be open-minded to make changes and change your mind. You know, you can't just go up there and just go, hey, my mind's made up and I'm not changing it. If you do that, we're not going to get anything done. But let's say Councilor Johnson might come to me and say, hey, this is the reasons why I'm thinking this about the Greenway Trail or about Rocky Mountain Airport, and I can go, you know what, I never really thought about it that way. You know, now we're working as a team, we're collaborating, and we're trying to figure out a solution. You know, so there's just a couple reasons and ways I could do that. And I'm well respected with the Adams County Board of County Commissioners, Jeffco County Commissioners, and our state officials, and that's why I believe I can get the things done.
Tell us about a time you helped a divided group find common ground. What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies on this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I've answered this kind of already throughout some different topics. Is I don't like trying to resolve a conflict by email or by text message, you know, or any of that, because you really know the tone of the person that you're speaking with or the group that you're speaking with. You got to bring those voices to the table. You've got to come in there with an open mind and willing to bring people together. I do it at my day job where, you know, my kitchen staff and my service staff, they're ticked off at each other, man. You bring those people together at the table. I've done it with the Westminster Chamber of Commerce at the board of directors. We disagree, you know, and we all have to come up with a solution. You got to bring those voices to the table. Not only those voices, you got to bring the stakeholders, the residents, and city staff to the table, listen to the experts, and listen to the people, and make the best decision and come up with a common solution, you know, to bring those people together and be able to work together. You don't have to agree with people, and I tell this to my cooks all the time in my service, you don't have to like them. I don't really care. But you've got to respect them and treat them with dignity and the respect that they deserve when you're in these walls or representing the city or representing the restaurant, you know, or the chamber. You know, and that's how I, you know, try to come up with common solutions and work together and resolve conflict, is you got to bring those voices to the table.
How do you envision your decision-making process to look like if you're on council?
Just like I've said before, listening to the experts. Experts is not only the city staff, but it's listening to the residents. What do the people want, and what's in the best interest of the city? And that's how I'm going to make all my decisions, is not coming in there with my own personal agenda, but coming in here with what makes sense financially, what makes sense, you know, economically, and what do the people want? Because ultimately, we work for the people. Yeah, we work for the city, but we work for the people. And if it makes sense to me when I'm looking at something, I'm diving deep in it, and it makes sense based on what the people want and our needs of our city and our strategic plan and all of our planning codes and different codes, then that's how I'm going to make my decision. If it makes sense for everything, I'm probably going to vote yes on it. And if that's what the people want, it makes in the best interest of the city. If it doesn't make sense, I might not vote no, but I might say, hey, maybe we need to stop for a minute and bring this back to the table and figure out, can we come back and have a better solution or a better, you know, a little bit more thought into it instead of just shutting something down automatically. Some things that's what you got to do, but other things you can collaborate, you can work together, you can listen, and you can come up with ideas. Because like I said about Johnson, the thing about Councilor Hott, she might tell me something, I might tell her something, she's like, you know what, never really looked at it in that perspective. You know, and then that's how changes get made, and that's how we succeed, is working together and being able to collaborate and listen.
I would like to ask just a quick follow-up question, because you had mentioned about working with our county officials. What happens when our county officials and what they are trying to do clash with what our residents want?
Then we got to go with what our residents want. You know, if it goes back to what makes sense for us as a city and us for our residents, and our residents are our city. If the county disagrees, you know, we clash with the county, we've got to go back to what makes sense for our people and our city. You can't just give in to county officials because they're county officials. No, it goes back to respect and doing what's right for us.
Do you think this current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on city council is ideal? Why or why not?
I've been waiting on this question. Okay, this is a question that me and my wife have talked about a ton. Yes and no. There's a two-part answer to that. I believe that things need to be changed for the future. I believe right now, these interviews, I personally think, should be done live streamed, maybe, but not in front of everybody in this room. So I don't get to listen to what everybody's answers are. Kathy Stroud doesn't get put on the spot first. She has no idea what the questions are, but the last person knows everybody's answers. I think that we need to look at, I really liked what somebody said earlier, is that choice ranking system when you vote, you know, what your top 7 choices are. I don't know the legalities behind that, or, you know, but I think that if you would have told me to vote for 3 people, I voted for 3 people. If you'd have told me to vote for 4, my 4th vote might have been different than, you know, than anything else. So for that reason, I like this process, but I think there could be a lot of improvements and a lot of things that we could do better to better represent the people. You know, I respect the heck out of the 4th person, you know, but unfortunately the system's set up the way the system's set, and there's nothing we can do to change it right now. But I do think that we could improve it. I don't necessarily like a special election, just for the cost of the money aspect of spending close to $250,000 for 1 counselor seat, to me, is not financially responsible.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. We've taken a poll on prior moving forward, so I think we should take a poll on this last one and make sure we're comfortable. But we do have our last candidate present. Who are we? Oh, I apologize. Second to last candidate president. So are we comfortable at this time moving forward, or would we like to wait another 20 minutes?
Councilor Ireland.
I think I want a 5-minute break, but other than that, we can move forward. Do we still have enough time for the next one if I take a 5-minute break?
Next one is scheduled to start at 11:35.
So yeah, we do have 5 minutes, right?
Why don't we just go ahead and get started at 11:20? Are we all comfortable with that? We have our candidate here. That moves us back, and time for a short break.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Somebody says break. We got it. Oh. Well, everybody's chatting, but
Oh, guys. If I could whistle, I would, but I can't.
Instead of being busy and with good things, which probably would have prevented that.
okay, it is 11:20 and we have come back from our break. And City Clerk, would you please call the next candidate?
The next candidate is Adam Barajas.
All right, I'll start us off. All right. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
Perfect. I'll be writing down notes as you ask the questions, just so I make sure I get all the aspects of it. And I tend to speak quickly, so I'm going to take intentional moments to pause at the start. So this is kind of one of the essential questions of governance, right? How you spend money. And I would kind of wonder about the tension between these two being at odds, core services versus the human services, and the way that I would approach kind of any shortcomings to either from other government agencies would be actually to take a significant look at both. When I look at core services, I think these are things that keep society stable, that keep the city stable. We can't have a city without running water. We can't have a city without working sewer services. But we also can't have, when we look at human services, we can't have a vibrant city without those. Particularly, I think the city does a great job with childcare and empowering the residents of the city to be able to go to their jobs, become active participants within our city. And so if we were to say, let's keep core services and cut human services, we're going to cut childcare, I think we'd be doing a great disservice to the city. So the way that I would approach balancing those two is by trying to navigate how we can keep core services running while potentially still making cuts to them, so that we can continue to bolster and support human services that keep the city operating as well.
Will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interests of the city, and how will you ensure you are doing so?
I'd be curious to look back and see if anyone has answered no initially to that question, but yes, I too also commit to making decisions that are in the best interest of the city. And I think this question really dives down deep into why we're all here, why I'm standing up here, and why each of you are sitting up there, and why the residents of this city voted each and every one of you in. So the reason why I'm up here right now is because over the last 6 years of living in the city, over the last decade of living around the city, I've gotten to know each and every one of my neighbors. I was just talking to Kat, who lives 3 houses down from me. In part of that interaction, I've just been called deeper and deeper into the service for my community. And that's why I took the time that I did to fill out the application, to research, to work, and prepare for this interview. And I think that that's what would keep me devoted to making decisions that aren't necessarily in my best interest, but maybe would be in the best interest for each and every one of the residents that ask. And when there's conflict, trying to really understand what would serve the greatest number of residents, or the greatest needs of all of the residents, to inspire the decisions that I make for the city on City Council.
Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability, and how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't just go to Walmart and say this is how much a gallon of milk will cost. But a lot of the actions that council does take has a direct impact on costs of living. I would say that I would approach this two-pronged. First, any sort of sales tax increases, I would ensure and fight tooth and nail, really, to make sure that they're progressive or at least not regressive taxation, so that way the people who are hurting the most with the cost of living crisis would be bearing the greatest brunt. So yeah, that would certainly be like a preventative measure. I also think that in terms of affordability, basic economics would dictate that we would invite as much competition as possible for goods and services. I think ensuring that those goods and services are easily accessible, a part of the strategic plan notes in great length about access to these goods and services. I would encourage us to take even a deeper look already than what's kind of already outlined there, and see how these goods and services can be more accessible, not just via public transit, but also by walking or wheelchairing to the basic needs that residents need, and how multi-use zoning can invite increased competition and increased availability. And ideally, that availability would then impact prices to become more affordable for people writ large.
Thank you.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
I'm going to try to remember that I'm supposed to be writing and pausing. Thank you, Councilor Hott. Can you repeat the question too?
Yes. How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
So I'd like to clarify what my values are. So I would say that I am a people-centered person, a human-centered person, and a lot of my values inspire my approach to bolster people and the communities that they live in. Like, that's kind of the work that I do, that's the work that I've been doing. And so those values will be at the center of everything that I do and every decision that I would make. And so what that process would look like would be to always ask the essential question from basic, how will this impact the residents in the community and my neighbors, to deeper questions that continue to examine that piece. So I would, and allow me to back up a little bit, I'm a deeply collaborative person, so my decision-making process is always in communication. So I would imagine that you all will, if I'm sitting at that seat, you all will be annoyed with how much I'm asking questions and communicating with you, particularly outside of meetings. I have lots of questions, and I'd obviously be the newest person on the seat. And so I would be constantly communicating, but I would be communicating based around those values of people and community, particularly healthy people and community. And I think that would impact the priorities that I bring to council by constantly bringing up things that I hear from my neighbors. So maybe I will take a lot of time to be diligent and thorough with documents from city staff, but I think I'll always fall back on the voices of my neighbors in my community, particularly those I meet through city functions or just that I meet in my regular working around the city.
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues insufficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
Yeah, no one likes talking about what's going to go missing, but thanks for the question. I would be remiss to start labeling certain departments wholesale. I think that the city and city staff does a great job really running on a tight ship. Unfortunately, like, we can't control outside economic factors that impact people's spendings. So if spending goes down in general, our sales tax revenue would also go down. I would first continue to lay on to city staff to be creative around ways that we can continue to provide the services that we have, though I would be kind of prioritizing auxiliary spending, particularly events. I think that would be the first thing that I would take a deeper look at, whether it's, you know, cutting the fireworks in half for 4th of July, or having, you know, a 20-foot Christmas tree instead of a 30-foot Christmas tree. The small things I think would add up, and I would really ask city staff to do that. I also think that we as a council have a fiduciary responsibility to be more responsible in the way that we're spending money, particularly with the way that we hire and fire within the city, whether it's for exuberant severance packages or litigation for lawsuits against city staff. I think those come down to a maybe a lack of foresight within decision making within that process. And so those, I think, we have to kind of attend to before economic downturns. But I think the more that we are constantly proactive with those decisions and that planning, I think the more nimble we can be within some sort of revenue shortfall.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of the people of Westminster, including but not limited to undocumented individuals and our unhoused neighbors?
Yeah. So I was paying attention when you all took your oaths, and we, as city councilors, you all are charged with upholding every level of governing document, from the city charter to the state constitution to the federal constitution. And I don't think that your responsibility ends at the end of the city charter, particularly because we have, you have the power to take away rights or impinge on those rights with the authority of the state. So this is twofold. We have, first of all, as a city, we have a responsibility to not forget the constitutional rights that every person walking our neighborhoods has. Every neighbor of mine has the right to a fair trial, habeas corpus, and it's abhorrent to kind of see those rights stripped away from any person walking the streets. And I think the city has made has explicitly named that we don't participate in any sort of immigration activities. But I think that we also have a responsibility to ensure that Westminster is a safe place for all of its residents. I think people name safety constantly, and if people's rights are being stripped away from them by nameless authorities, I think the city has a responsibility to ensure that its residents, particularly through litigation, but its residents are safe and can come to Westminster knowing that they can exist freely and vibrantly.
What is my question? All right. What is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
Sorry, I thought I had more time to drink water. I choked on it. It's because the hard question, of course. So I know that the vast majority, I would say about 2/3 of our revenue is through sales and use taxes. And we get a large part of our spending as well, particularly in human service programming through federal and state grants, though those have I guess I can't make an overarching statement. I know there has been some struggles procuring and using and spending federal and state grants in various budget difficulties over the last year and a half. So those are kind of the three main pieces. We also get revenue. I pay $400 something a month or a year to go to the rec center. And while there are a lot of kind of revenue generating streams throughout the city, those are often eaten up by the programs that provide those services. And yeah, I won't ramble. That's kind of the extent of what I know. Yeah.
How would you approach issues that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as the Rocky Mountain Airport, Greenway Trail, our unhoused, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impacts, economic development, and public safety? You may choose one, some, or all in your response.
This is a good one to take notes on, the question. So one moment, please. So this question reminds me of a story from a neighbor that I met in South Westminster, whose daughter struggles with a lot of mental health episodes, and the only city service that she could kind of grab onto and access was calling the police whenever her daughter had an extreme mental episode. And she shared with me the frustration that she had that if she lived just 2 miles farther south, she would be in Denver City, the city of Denver, and be able to access services, plenty of services there, and that she often met dead ends with providers who would refer her to Denver City programs. And it really made me, I'm personally frustrated that these like artificial boundaries that, I shouldn't say artificial, they're very real and important, like they help us govern and dictate kind of the decisions we make, but that people who live far closer to her than I do have a very different lived experience, and it inspires my perspective in wondering about how we can deepen our cross-municipal collaboration. Oftentimes, I was really disappointed to see over the last couple of years the city pull back its spending in some of these collaborative efforts, particularly those that brought Westminster voices to the table around environmental care. And I would encourage City Council and to kind of re-engage in some of those that might have been lost, or to re-engage in new creative opportunities for collaboration across different municipalities, so that way residents don't necessarily have a different lived experience based off of a few square mile differences. I also think that kind of leans into my collaborative nature. Like, I would absolutely love to work with a bunch of different governmental agencies, whether it's counties, that Westminster, Jeff Cohen, Adams County, or even, tri-county collaborative efforts that Westminster can just be a part of. I think even if it is monetarily difficult, I think we have a responsibility to show up to these conversations, because not only would our voices be missing as council members, but the residents of Westminster would be missing out on those voices, missing out on their voices being heard as well.
Tell us about a time you helped a divided group find common ground. What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies on this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
Yeah, I was gonna make a joke about how this is on record and recording, so I can't name names from my prior work experiences. But in general, a previous job that I had, a person I reported to directly had a lot of conflict due to a different way of working with a lot of other direct supervisors within my former job. And I was promoted so that way I could work directly with this person in the hopes that I would be able to be a liaison. And so I won't kind of misrepresent the situation. I didn't like cure any sort of disagreements. But what I did do was I stayed present in conversation and relationship. I stuck around through disagreement, and I ensured that SOPs and work processes were continually enacted in spite of the disagreement. And even when there was disagreement with myself or there was disagreement between departments, I just showed up. I was willing to kind of sit in the discomfort. I was like able to take the humble pill and just, you know, be who I needed to be myself in those situations of tense disagreement. And I think it really endeared me to all parties involved. I was my direct supervisor. I mean, I guess you could ask her, but you know, I think she loved me. She was really sad when I left. And all the people that reported to me who didn't want to work with her or report to her were really glad for my presence, especially within mediative moments. I also will add that I do bake a mean cookie that kind of helps set the stage for a little bit of ease, and I make, while mostly cheesy, lots of jokes, and just try to break tension and remind people that we are human. And then going back to Mayor Carmelia's question about decision-making, you know, I would also stay rooted in why we're here. I think people voted for each and every one of you for maybe different reasons, but they gave you the same task and the same ardent desire to be heard. And I think that in the midst of disagreement, we're kind of charged to look past that and be reminded that we have our own voices, but we are the voice of the city and the residents. And while the residents may disagree, and we hear a lot of that disagreement, you know, our interpersonal interactions are secondary to the needs of why each of you all have been charged to sit in the seats that you're in.
Thank you.
How do you envision your decision-making process to look like if you're on council?
I imagine that every time I walk into a room, city staff will roll their eyes at how many questions I'll have. I ask a lot of questions, and I tend to tap into collaborative humans. I ask a lot of questions, but I also will, you know, push others to ask questions that might come from a different perspective. I am easily excitable, and I have a lot of zeal for community work. I also am deeply aware that I have major blind spots because of my energy and direction, and I would encourage others to help me fill that space within my blind spots and lean into the collaborative nature of my own process. So I would ask questions, try to find as much data as I can to come to the best solution, and then ask more questions as well.
Do you think this current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on city council is ideal? Why or why not?
No. The most ideal democratic solution would have been to have like a instant runoff baked into the previous election, so it wouldn't have cost more money, and then there would have been a way to democratically understand the election results. However, with first past the post voting and current Colorado law, I don't think there's a way to kind of preemptively bake in a conditional instant runoff into election results. So, so first that. Secondly, I've mentioned before the fiduciary responsibility this council has to the city. A special election would be prohibitively expensive and time-consuming when we need a full council to immediately address the urgent needs of this city. So, with all the factors weighed in, you all are doing the best that you can. This process has been rigorous and thought-provoking for me. I hope that you all have had a chance to really dive in deep to each candidate's application and the questions. So, yeah, with what you were given, this is the best that we can do, but certainly far from ideal.
Okay, you got the easy one last. How will you ensure Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy?
Yeah, so I talked a bit about competition and affordability before, and I think that's kind of like a cornerstone. I think there's, historically across the nation, there's been fits and spurts of antitrust and anti-monopoly work. I think that we can, while not necessarily fight large litigated battles around like maybe city-wide monopolies, what we can do is continue to inspire, innovate, and invite a diversity of businesses, particularly small businesses, into, and I mentioned before, multi-use zoning, which I know is a hot topic, hot button issue, but I do think economically that walkable multi-use zoning business areas that are primed for businesses to really take up space and really do benefit the economic basis of the city. Allows, like, I don't want to repeat too much, but allows for more competition, which would then like just naturally lower prices. But it also goes into the facet of enjoyment that you mentioned, Councilor Johnson. I think that the more people feel free to pursue their dreams within the city, whether that is business or creative dreams, would have a net positive benefit for the economy, but also allow people to just enjoy the neighborhood more. I also want to take a final note to note low cost and third space opportunities in terms of affordability. Sorry, allow me to rephrase that. Third use and free cost opportunities to address the affordability crisis. One of the things that I've been most excited about in the work that I've been doing in my community is working with the community garden and walking groups, because those are all free for people to kind of jump into. And I don't mind kind of putting in the literal footwork that goes into creating those things to keep them free and accessible for all. And I think the more that people feel like they can participate in their community without spending money or without spending a lot of money, the more that they would feel connected and enjoyment out of their community as well. And I think there's opportunities for the city to engage and bolster those activities across the region.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I do have thank you notes as well. I'll give them. I mean, we can end. Thank you all very much. I'll give them to the city manager.
Thank you. With that, the time is now 11:49, and this meeting is now adjourned.
No, one more.
We have one
Sorry.
more candidate.
What am I apologize. My brain, I am ready for lunch. I apologize. I am so sorry. Chaos ensues. I am so sorry. It is now 11:50. It is a nice round number. Are we all comfortable continuing? Do we need another 5-minute break? I give my deep apology to you, Philip. I am so sorry. Welcome. And I realize it's the city clerk's job to call you up, but I had to apologize first. So, city clerk.
Our final candidate is Philip Romero.
Hey guys, thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much for being here, and I'm glad you're here. I didn't try to eliminate you here. Mr. Philip Romero, will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interests of the city, and how will you ensure that you are doing so?
Oh, I will absolutely. Oh, check, check. Is the mic good? Check. Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking. Can you please repeat the question?
Yes. Will you commit to voting each and every time for the best interests of the city, and how will you ensure that you are doing so?
Oh, absolutely. And how I would do that is I would just make sure that I'm doing right by the people. During the election time, I made sure that I was going and meeting with the residents and hearing their concerns and really hearing their heart and voice. And if I was in that position, I would honor that and make sure I'm voting according to them.
Westminster residents sent a clear mandate in the recent election to make affordability our top priority. What concrete steps would you take on council to advance affordability, and how will you work collaboratively with council and the community to deliver visible results for residents?
Absolutely, that was the mandate they passed. And of course, it would be first starting out with affordable housing. We need to get more housing in here. I'm someone that was lucky to get a house during COVID. And at that time, interest rates were extremely low, and it's sad that it had to get to that point. And that's not the case for a lot of people right now. So housing would be the first one, and also bringing more jobs to the city. I'm someone that works in Greenwood Village, so that commute is extremely difficult. So bringing more jobs here would be fantastic, and also eliminating the commute, more transit would be fantastic. Having more places to have walking availability, bike lanes, anything that can help to make the commute easier, because if we can do that, that helps with the wallets, that helps with families. I tell you, if I could see that, and if I could have a job here in the city, that would be such a great curve for anybody. So I think that would be a great start.
How will your values affect how you make decisions and what issues you prioritize on council?
I think my values will be a big factor in how I make decisions for the city, because some of my biggest values is service. I'm someone that loves serving the people. So what I mean by that, it actually kind of is a burdensome thing. I'm really taking concern about how people in the city are concerned about their opinions and really hearing what they feel inside. So that's going to be a big factor for me, and in making those kinds of type of decisions. I really care about how they feel. I really do. Big things about what I can say, how the big concerns I have for the city is the conditions of what we find our residents in. Everyone's kind of struggling right now. Everyone's struggling. Financially, they're struggling. It's hard. So that's my biggest thing, is my values are caring, serving, and really seeing people where their hearts are at. So that's my biggest thing. And my biggest concerns are just making sure I can meet their needs at where they're at.
If an economic downturn results in declining tax revenues, inefficient to meet planned expenditures, what actions or specific budget cuts would you suggest the city pursue first?
I'm going to use an example just from my personal life, where I'm going to use right now what I'm going through with one of my positions. Right now, we are going through an economic situation across the board. And with one of my jobs, we lost $800,000 in revenue, and it was because of the economic crisis that we're in. So we had to bring in our controller and our board, and we were looking over our budgets. And this is how we break it down: is first we look at, first and foremost, staff is untouchable in my eyes. You don't want to take away anybody's jobs, first and foremost. That's something that I believe in. But you have to look at first operational budget-wise first. see where you can make kind of cuts there. And then you start, the one thing I don't like doing is health and safety. You have to keep that in place, so you can look at that. If you're looking at a city perspective, core essentials. So fire, police, things like that, those are essentials. You don't want to cut that. So you just want to go through each department step by step and see where you can cut costs efficiently. I did like some of other people's examples there, the low-hanging fruits, the luxury items is like what I like to say that can go, like events or something like that. But you don't want to take away from the humane part, like people. That's something I don't like to touch and we shouldn't touch. You try to find those things from each department that you can start cutting down piece by piece. So that's how I like to approach it on that level, and that's the experience that I had to deal with just about 2 weeks ago. And no one likes talking about budgets, and no one likes cutting budgets, but you want to have at least a set value of what you don't want to take away is the first and foremost thing, and then you start going department with department with department, and then you start making cuts. So that's how I would handle that.
What is our city government's role in protecting individual rights and liberties of the people of Westminster, including but not limited to undocumented individuals and our unhoused neighbors?
My heart goes to our brothers and sisters who are unhoused and our brothers and sisters who are immigrants. First and foremost, we uphold the Constitution on the federal and state level. They have the same rights as all of us, so if they're in our city limits, they get the same rights as anyone else. And of course, as a city, we give them the resources that we provide them as a city. So if we have any resource programs for any of them, we give them to them. So we take care of them on a humane level as best as we can. But the most important thing is we protect them under the Constitution.
All right. What is your understanding of the city's revenue sources?
City revenue resources, so we have your state tax, I'm sorry, not your state tax, your sales tax. You have your sales tax, and then, our property tax, which is a little low. And then you have your charge and fees tax, I'm sure we have that as well. Then you have your grants, your state grants, which of course is, I think, on every city has their struggles with the state's grants as well. And I think that's pretty much it. There may be a little bit other fundings, but those are the ones that I think I know.
How would you approach decisions that affect our city as well as our neighboring cities and counties, such as the Rocky Mountain Airport, Greenway Trail, our unhoused, open space, transportation, housing affordability, environmental impact, economic development, and public safety? You may choose one, some, or all in your response.
I think we do a pretty good job. This comes down to collaboration. Of course, we can look at all IGAs. We can look at task force. Right now we have a pretty good task force. Just tackling the highway speeding. We know that Northland, Thornton, ourselves, we have a task force doing that. I'm good friends with the mayor of Federal Heights. I know that we can help them with policing and fire departments when they need it. So it comes down to collaboration and having that shared partnership there, and potentially just expanding it, like I said, like IGA, sharing resources, sharing responsibilities, understanding those responsibilities to the T, and just coming together on just like the unhoused there. That's a particular thing that touches my heart is seeing the community, the counties coming together in that platforms to collaborate how we can work together to provide great resources for our unhoused community, to build centers, share those resources together, collaborate together. We may get kicked back at some point with that, but trying to do that together as a county would be a great idea. But that just comes together about understanding who the responsibilities are, how you share the finances together. That's just kind of like what it goes through my head, but it comes down to collaboration and understanding each other's roles, understanding finances, and just being a community, if that makes sense.
Tell us about a time you helped a divided group find common ground. What specific strategies did you use, and how would you apply those strategies on this council to rebuild trust among its members moving forward?
Oh boy, I just got a couple of gray hairs a few weeks ago because I just had to deal with this. So I'm on a board for another project I was doing. So what ended up happening, and this was a 50-50 split, and I think you guys will understand this. we were working on, I work for this older building, and what it was happening is we had to make a decision about how we were going to expand the building on growth. So one half was concerned about cost and timing. The other half was concerned with long-term sustainability. Now, that sounds pretty simple until you realize that's not simple when you have people divided directly behind that. So what's my job in that? I got the luxurious job of facilitating collaboration. So when you have it split that way, it comes down to, first and foremost, comes from respect. I will listen to everyone's concerns, and you have to come to the table like this. I hear your concerns. I hear everyone's perspectives. No one is wrong in that. Everyone has a right opinion. So let's get to the table, understand that. Now it comes down to due diligence. Let's get all the facts in place. Let's do all the proper studies, from nuts to bolts, traffic controls, understanding the traffic control, understanding the finances behind that, understanding the timetable, the Gantt charts, understanding all these things. And then next you know, the neighbors became a factor into it because we had to bring the city involved into that. Once you have the city, once you have the neighbors in there, you have to explain to them how this is going to look for them and how they're going to enjoy the upgrades like that. So it comes down to getting everything in place, making sure everyone is heard, and it takes a few rounds, a lot of meetings, because you know people disagree all the time. But it comes down to this. You make sure everyone is heard, respected, get all the information in place, do your due diligence, and then as long as they feel appreciated and you've done everything correctly, it was able to move forward. And then you go back to the neighbors who had their concerns about the project themselves, and you show that we've done our due diligence, we've met the city marks, and then you present it to them, and everything was kosher. It just makes, the number one thing is, everyone feels appreciated, everyone feels heard. Yes, will you get kickback? For sure, 100%, every single time. But they feel appreciated that you did that work for them. So, lo and behold, after strenuous work, we did get the project to go through, but it takes that time to be a team player and not lead into arguments, but lead from a place of you are seen, you are valued, and you are respected. And what you said was never pushed under the rug, it was taken into consideration, and we made sure that we put that into play in all the things that we did, so.
How do you envision your decision-making process to look like if you're on council?
Collaboration. I do not know everything. I don't. But the number one thing is I know what I know, but I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to trust other people on the council. And I'm someone that will always be in communication, always. I want to know what everyone is thinking about their decisions too, so that we can make a sound decision. I'm never going to be someone that just says, this is the right answer. I'm not a hardliner. I want to make sure that I listen to everybody on the table, and I want to make sure I listen to all the residents that I can listen to, so I can come up with the right decision. So that's how I always want to approach it, be collaborative and listen. And everyone has a unique set of skills. Everyone has a unique set of gifts. So make sure you utilize everybody as best as you can. And also, you have a great city staff. Listen to them. Listen to their expertise as well. So then you can come up with a sound decision about it.
Do you think this current process for appointing someone to fill a vacancy on city council is ideal? Why or why not?
Yes and no. I think this is very standard across the board of how this is done. The only knock I have on it that I don't like is the questions are all the same. I would think next, if this ever happens again, maybe just switch up the questions a little bit different, because I am the last person, so it's easy for me to know the questions if I wanted to pay attention to it. But overall, this is, I think, just fine, because this is just how it's done from what I've researched. So.
How will you ensure Westminster remains an affordable place to live, work, and enjoy?
I think the city is a fantastic place to live. I can't say work because I don't work here, but it's a fantastic place to live. Continue trying to bring young people in. Affordable housing is the number one thing. I think we have great rec centers. I think we have great parks. My children utilize them. One thing I want to give a shout out to during the election season that Councilor Zani and I shared in, continue building the culture in the community for sure. more food trucks. I remember that next door post you gave, and I completely agree. We have a fantastic downtown, continue making that the cultural center of the city, continue making this place a cultural center. Let's bring in food trucks, let's bring in more cultural things, let's continue drawing more people in. I look at Thornton and I see how they do things with Eastlake and things like that. I don't see why our city can't marvel the same thing. I truly believe we can make that mark and continue to grow it that way. But overall, like I said before, continue building housing for all degrees of living, from young to middle, for multifamilies to senior living. We have great rec centers, we have great parks, making sure they just continue looking fantastic, and continue just bringing more cultural events along the way, so we can feel like that great tight community that we are. So that's what I'm excited. I think this council is already kind of pushing that direction. So I'm excited to see what the future holds for that.
All right, last question. How would you weigh the increasing core service needs and costs of the city against the growing human services gap in our counties and state?
I think a comprehensive plan would help out with that, if we can forecast that for the future. I think we can probably beat the curve if we were forecasting the next 3 to 5 years, and that would help us, instead of being worried about if we need to cut costs for services, that we may be able to forecast it in the future, so we can beat that curve ahead of time. Would be my thought process. I may be off on that thought, but that's what first thing that comes to my head is a comprehensive plan, so we can forecast growth, forecast what the needs are, so we can hit that curve a little bit earlier ahead of time. So that would be my thought process. Would be helpful.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys.
No other candidates have suddenly appeared or materialized. No. Thank you so much for everyone's time. I think I can speak for all of us when I say that this was a truly impressive group. So with that, the time is now 12:07 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned. City Council will reconvene at 1 p.m. for the purpose of deliberation and selection of the new city councilor. Welcome to the Westminster City Council. It is now 1 p.m. and this is our special meeting of December 13th, 2025. Roll call, please.
The roll call can carry over from the first meeting.
Thank you so much. City Council has reconvened to deliberate and vote on the applicants for the City Council vacancy. City Council, does anyone wish to make any comments before we begin? Wonderful. Do we have a motion for the vacancy? Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to select a person to fill the vacancy in the office of City Councilor, term to expire in 2027, which was created on December 1st, 2025, when Councilor Carmelia was sworn in as mayor.
Councilor Rosati?
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. City Clerk, do we need a vote or can we all have a?
I'm going to explain how the next steps are going to go. The voting process for appointments to City Council are written in City Council Rules and Regs 7.3, which states appointments shall be made by roll call vote and a majority must vote is necessary to finalize an appointment. If no single applicant obtains a majority after the first roll call vote, all persons receiving no votes will be removed from consideration for the next round. After 5 roll call votes with no one appointed, the council will consider all candidates again and begin the process of elimination of candidates' names after every 5 votes. Are there any questions?
I have a question, which is that we had a motion and a second. Do we need to approve that motion?
No, the motion is to actually.
Oh, the motion, and then we all do the voting? And
Yes.
Understood, thank you.
Yes. Okay, hearing no other questions from council, I will take the first roll call vote. Mayor Carmelia.
Parker Brown.
Councilor Azadi.
Kat Mullane.
Councilor Hott.
Kat Mullane.
Councilor Ireland.
Tracy Yang.
Councilor Johnson.
Adam Barajas.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Parker Brown.
Oops. Whoops. My apologies. Okay, round 2. Councilor Azadi.
Kat Mullane.
Councilor Hott.
Kat Mullane.
Councilor Ireland.
Tracy Yang.
Councilor Johnson.
Adam Barajas.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Parker Brown.
And Councilor Mayor Carmelia.
Parker Brown.
Oops. Councilor Hott.
Adam Barajas.
Counselor Ireland,
Tracy Yang.
Counselor Johnson,
Adam Barajas.
Counselor Nurmela,
Tracy Yang.
Mayor Carmelia,
Tracy Yang.
and Counselor Azadi.
Kat Merlene.
Okay.
You have to click on the table, so it looks like it's, you have to go on the edge of the table. When it gets to that little, there you go, now copy it.
Of course, that's the wrong one. Okay, round 4. Counselor Ireland,
Tracy Yang.
Counselor Johnson,
Adam Barajas.
Counselor Nurmela, Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela,
Tracy Yang.
Counselor Carmelia, or Mayor Carmelia,
Tracy Yang.
and Counselor Azadi,
Kat Merlene.
and Counselor Hott.
Adam Barajas.
Okay. Counselor Johnson,
Adam Barajas.
Counselor Nurmela, or Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela,
Tracy Yang.
Mayor Carmelia,
Adam Barajas.
Counselor Azadi,
Adam Barajas.
Counselor Hott,
Adam Barajas.
and Counselor Ireland.
Tracy Yang.
With the majority vote, Adam Barajas will be the new city councilor.
Thank you all for joining us today. With no other business before City Council, it is now 1:09 p.m. and we are adjourned.